Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am, as ever and as always, your host, Low Runner. Today we'll be playing a game that nobody's ever heard of, the first Devil May Cry game. Naturally, I wanted to start with that and describe a little bit of what that actually means. Just on the off chance you haven't heard me talk about it before, which is weird, if true, because I've actually talked about it quite a bit. It's like this. There's technicalities, and then there's realities, right? So technically, Mega Man 1 is the first Mega Man game, and Final Fantasy 1 is the first Final Fantasy game, and Legend of Zelda is the first Zelda game. But in reality land over here, that's not really true. Instead, the first Mega Man game is Mega Man 2, the first Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy 4, and the first Zelda game is Link to the Past. Now, I actually have a terminology for this. I call it codifiers. Something that actually codifies a franchise, right? I mean, was Wolfenstein 3D the first Doom game, for example? And yeah, Morrowind being the first Elder Scrolls game. Good example. So, of course, this is all relevant for here because Devil May Cry 1 was a random assortment grab bag of ideas by a talentless hack who was trying to just make up whatever they could. And Devil May Cry 2 was the worst game I've ever reviewed. Barely. So between the two, when did Devil May Cry actually start? Well, here. Because if I actually did a bit of a random assortment poll of a couple people over the past couple of days, and found exactly what I was expecting to. If you think Devil May Cry, what people tend to think of is the stuff that was introduced in 3. Essentially, none of the tone or style or even gameplay of the franchise really got going until 3, and Itsuno showed up and started putting his fingerprints on things. Now, one of the questions I got many times was, how could DMC3 possibly even exist if DMC2 was as terrible as it was? Well, DMC2 sold quite well. There are other factors, but that's the reason. DMC1 was popular, so DMC2 sold. In fact, at initial launch on the PS2, DMC2 sold better than DMC3. And the reason why DMC3 sold as badly as it did is because of DMC2. I know I've talked about this every single one of these, but I'm going to bring it up every time it's relevant. Now, one moment, I need to jot down a sub. Thank you, Giga Pudding. Always appreciate. No, Aspros, and I don't plan to. There's nothing worth reacting to there. So, having discussed all that, and yes, obviously, there's no such thing as universal rules of the universe. Water is still wet. Moving on. So, this is a very, very common trend, and it absolutely informs us. But you're probably still wondering, hang on. Given that, how did DMC3 sell at all? Well, two big reasons. Number one, a massive marketing campaign. One of the bigger ones at the time, in fact. I actually linked the trailer in chat, in Discord chat earlier today. But that was just the first trailer, of which there were many. And a lot of it was trying to focus very, very heavily on two big things. One was the atmosphere and tone thing, which DMC3 would establish, as I've already mentioned. And the second was the gameplay. If you actually watched that trailer, not that I blame you if you didn't, it actually showed off some of the combo moves you could do in a trailer in 2004. So there was some unusuality with regards to how they were advertising things. So that's cool. They did actually do several things completely different under the hood this time around. First of all, we actually have a completely new camera tech. I'm going to try to show it off on display once we get there, but just keep in mind, they threw out the old camera entirely and just programmed a brand new algorithm, or whatever you want to call that, for how the camera operates. I know it's shocking, right, as it is. The second thing they did was they tried to focus very heavily on making sure the controls were different. Let me try to explain that a little bit. So in DMC 1 and 2, you could do, like, attack, attack, and then you could, like, hold left or right or whatever, or you could hold L or R, and it would slightly change the attack. But that was it. That was, honestly, the same kind of crap that the old beat-em-ups on the NES and the arcades did. Nothing really new or fancy. DMC3 decided, okay, why don't we make it so you can do left attack, and then right attack, and then a neutral attack, and then right attack, and then left attack. And they basically took a lot of inspiration from fighting games to allow you to have a great deal of control over exactly how your combos played. And I'll be trying to show off some of these as we go. I will fail miserably, because I haven't played this game in about 15 years, I want to say, something like that. It's been a while. The last thing they did, because I'm being thorough here, is they decided to do this brand new thing that had just been invented like 5 years before. It's called motion capture. And so a lot of the cutscenes look a lot better and a lot smoother because that's actually an actor walking around with a rig on doing the animation for them. So, woo, as they say. Now, there is, so I mentioned tone and I mentioned gameplay. There's one other big difference in DMC3, and this would carry forward. DMC3, 4, and 5 all have the same variants, and that is that they have a story. Now, if you're going to say, hold up, DMC1 had a story, then I'm going to call you a liar. And if you say, hold up, DMC2 had a story, then I'm going to call you a liar. No, they didn't. What they had was a story asterisk. DMC 1 and 2 had a story the same way that Mario Galaxy 2 had a story. I love Mario Galaxy 2, but point made. Now, you might wonder why I'm frozen on this very screen. So I want you to imagine 2005, I think. Fire up the PS2. You've got the disc in, one disc. And all right, everything's cool. Everything's awesome. And you go ahead and see this. That's the same as it was in the last two.
Sweet dreams.
And let that be our tone setter.
You've heard of it, haven't you? The legend of Sparta? When I was young, my father would tell me stories about it. Long ago, in ancient times, a demon rebelled against his own kind for the sake of the human race. With his sword, he shut the portal to the demonic realm and sealed the evil entities off from our human world. But since he was a demon himself, his power was also trapped on the other side. I never believed it. I thought it was just a child's fairy tale. But I discovered that this so-called legend wasn't a myth at all. Sparta existed. How do I know? Well, I met the sons of Sparta. Both of them. Though the same blood of their father flowed through their veins, the two battled each other fiercely like arch-enemies. It seemed as if they derived some sort of twisted pleasure from this brotherly fighting. But in the end, only one was left standing. Wanna know the name? Devil May Cry.
Hell of a way to start off. Sure, we'll leave tutorial on. Why not? I don't know what this means. The hell is this? What's this? Well, for the sake of me being terrible. So, a little bit of a repeat here, sorry. Or I could do this.
Sorry, not open for business yet.
Also, that phone doesn't have a cable.
I haven't even picked a name for this joint, and I'm already getting calls.
Correct, although that's been fixed in this one, Mirage Fire.
You a customer too? Well, if you want to use the bathroom, help yourself. The toilet's in the back.
Is your name Dante, son of Sparta?
Where did you hear that?
From your brother. He sent this invitation for you. Please, accept it.
Invitation, huh?
Just dragging the dude.
This party's getting crazy. Let's rock. Don't bet on it.
Okay, so hold up. Just gonna pause for 1 second here. If you ever wondered, thanks to the new system of how we do reviews, obviously 3 is the most positives a specific element can get, but there's ways for that to be branched out into nuance. For example, a cutscene might get 3 positives, but there's multiple elements of a cutscene, like animation, or directing, or camera work, or whatever, right? So if you ever wondered what a more than 3 positive intro looks like, you just saw it. Let's actually go through that for just a second. Establishment of tone is obvious, but when I say that, what I want to mean is Yeah, sure, it's silly and fun, but it's also comedic, but it's also serious. In fact, DMC3 probably manages Yakuza effect better than most of the games in this franchise. So, there is actually a story, as I mentioned earlier. It is even a serious story. It's a very heavily character-driven piece, but it's silly, and it's not afraid to make fun of itself, all of which are critical elements to what this franchise is now being established as being. So there's our tone setter. It's also very self-consistent. That's true, Hazardous. But I want to draw your attention to little details. Arkham just kind of running his finger along the table as he's going by. Or as he was looking at the necklace that Dante was wearing, Dante was still chewing on the pizza that he'd taken a bite of earlier. Or the fact that there's just this moment of when the thing doesn't set up, and so forth and so on. Like the point is, there's a lot of nice details in the animation, which makes sense because motion capture, as we've already talked about. But motion capture can only do so much. Motion capture requires direction, and you get the idea. And yeah, the fact that Dante was consistently more concerned about the pizza than most of the rest of it, the fact that he just drags the dude who has a scythe embedded into his chest as if it's nothing. All of this, so DMC1's intro was good, but this intro is fantastic. This is one of the better intros I've seen. It also helps to establish the beginning of Dante's character arc, because, as Rax points out, Dante is more concerned about his pizza than anything else going on. And that's his character right now. He's an irreverent youth. He doesn't give a damn, probably about anything at the moment. And honestly, if we're being completely blunt, we're probably seeing the beginnings of the depression that is endemic to Dante's overall character right here. Just completely covering over all of it with a and that's his character at the moment. But anyways, so let's jot down a couple things here. One thing I wanted to talk about was there was a guiding principle behind the development of, I almost said Mass Effect 3 for some reason, of Devil May Cry 3. This principle will vary a little bit in the future games, but it was something they've talked about repeatedly in almost every interview I've ever seen about this game. They wanted, and Itsuno himself specifically wanted, to do cool stuff in cinematics, not just because it was cool, but because they wanted to give the player ideas. Or, if I could say this slightly differently. What, Jordan? If I could say this more specifically, if they wanted the player to feel cool. They wanted it to be a whole thing where you could do that stuff, where you can be awesome, where you can pull off these amazing tricks, as opposed to just watching them happen on screen. That topic will come up again when we get to DMC4, but the point is, almost everything you just saw him do is something you can do. Almost. The most obvious one is riding an enemy around. You actually can hop on an enemy and ride them around, for example. So, let's see how we got here. Okay. Oh yeah, so style. Let's not talk about that just yet. I guess we can talk about style. So style! The style approach. The whole point of the style approach is, rather than having multiple... God, that whispering's irritating. Rather than having multiple playable characters, which, ironically, they did eventually add Virgil to this, rather than having a lot of different things they could have done here, they decided to have the style system. Now, the style system is one of those interesting fractal systems, because you might think, oh, so it's replacing the different weapons. No, because different weapons operate differently per style. So you've got the styles, but each style operates differently per weapon. The easiest way to describe this that I've ever heard someone else use is think of each style as a class, and then the weapon you're using is your specialization in that class. Like in World of Warcraft or Diablo or just about any Blizzard game for that matter. So, we've got Trickster, which is obvious. This is the avoidance. Swordmaster is obvious. This is the melee. Gunslinger is terrible. Never use it. And Royal Guard is the, oh, so you're good at this game one. I should probably mention that Royal Guard is pretty much objectively the best, but it's the best for the same reason that Exdeath is the most powerful fighter in Dissidia. It is the hardest to pull off. This is a very common trend in games like this, games that are very action-focused, very skill-focused, and have a very high skill cap, or skill ceiling, excuse me. They make it so that the thing that's really, really hard to do is just better than everything else. And that's Royal Guard. If you know what you're doing with Royal Guard, which I of course do not, you will wreck face on everything. I'm going to stay in Trickster for the moment just to kind of show it off. But you notice there's a new button here, which allows us to actually see just a little bit of info in-game on how exactly to play it. So we've got, so this gives us the dash and the wall hike, for example. Down here we've got Aerial Rave, which is obvious. Why is it all B? Gunslinger, which isn't great. And of course, the ever-infamous Royal Guard. I actually prefer Swordmaster. It's probably what we'll be playing most of this game in. But there's our equipment, of course, which naturally we have nothing of yet. Items are basically the same thing, but we can buy straight here. Prices are a little high. We'll see about the itemization as we go. Some moves, as you can see. Including the all-important Hah! And of course, leveling up your guns, which I'm never going to waste orbs on. Yeah, Trickster is basically there for the iframes, which is fine, of course. Okay, so hang on. Taunt has been moved over there. I'm actually going to... So this is jump. What? Okay. I guess we'll just figure it out as we go. So, this is really blatant tutorialization, to the point where I would actually call it not good. I don't think I'm going to give a negative for it. But I am grateful that they're finally actually explaining how to play the game in the game, which, if you're paying attention, 1 and 2 both didn't do at all. You remember how Kay had to go look up a frickin' walkthrough in order to actually explain to me this? Also, one other thing you may or may not notice, they added a timer for the combo meter. So you can see where you're at with it now. How much you have to do in order to raise it, and how much you have to you have before it goes away. Another good change. I will give this game all the negatives if I feel it deserves them. That's how that always works. So we can also lock on, which you'll probably never see me use. However, you can actually change who you're locked on for. Freaking finally. If all of this sounds like just Devil May Cry, well, then you're paying attention. Congratulations. As I mentioned earlier, in every way that counts, this is the first Devil May Cry game. They also added a new aesthetic for this game. Sand. Now, part of this is because we're literally in the desert, but part of it is because they wanted a way for the demons to have an effect on hit, but they didn't want to just overload it with blood. It was decided that just having blood all over the place wouldn't actually work for the aesthetic. This is funny when you think about the franchise we're talking about here. Nevertheless, I think it's a great idea. Something fits about the idea that as you're knocking the demons apart, sand is just flying out of them. Notice how much it's bothering him. Like, I'm sorry, I analyzed DMC1 just a few days ago, Lava. You can't convince me DMC1's a good game. I'm sorry.
Looks like this is gonna be one hell of a party!
In fact, if you watched that review, which of course you wouldn't, I don't blame you, you'll notice that DMC1 starts off as actually a really good game. And then it never stops getting worse the entire game, with one notable jump. Babs. I will say DMC1 was certainly good for the time, which obviously I don't take into account for my reviews, but... Oh yeah, notice how mission select is just here as a default option. Yeah, also a total ranking. Oh, gosh. I'm going to have to decide what I think of the style system at some point. I'll jot down a question mark here. Listen, Act. I take full credit, obviously. Damn We are going to want air hike sooner rather than later, so I think we'll just save for that right now. I'm debating between Trickster and Swordmaster. Let's stick with Swordmaster for now. We'll see how it works. So allow me to go ahead and give a negative to this game. His abs.
Damn it! You guys totally wrecked my shop, and I haven't even named it yet! You're gonna pay for that.
Listen, I don't know about how you put on your coat every day, but this is how I do it.
I hope you all have enough to cover all this!
That's a good question, Rax. I don't have it yet. Sorry, I'm trying to do moves I don't have yet. There's your muscle memory, I guess. Damn it. Oh, that's gonna take some getting used to. Sorry, Blow Up Alex. Yeah, that was sarcasm. There is actually a negative I plan to give this game. Legitimately. It's... I'm not sure what category to put it under. Oh, right. There are exactly, with some asterisks, 5 characters in this entire game. And it detracts from the story, in my opinion. It feels like we're going through a play rather than a story or a city or whatever. I actually mentioned this in both DMC1 and DMC2 as well. In DMC1, it was explained by the fact that it was this ancient castle which everyone had been dead for years. In DMC2, it was explained by the fact that the game was terrible. In DMC3, there's just nobody here. We're in this giant city in the middle of the desert, and there's no one here. And we're dead. And let that be our tone setter. Yeah, I thought about keeping track of how many deaths I'm going to accrue on this game, but it's going to be a lot. Damn it. Oh, it'll happen pretty soon. I suppose I could reset the lines Dante has. Counter. Which was up to 30, by the way. Dante had 30 lines in the second game. Whoops. Yeah, so... This game is rather infamous for its difficulty. It is considered the hardest in the series. How much of that is good difficulty and bad difficulty is actually kind of a bit of a 50-50 thing. On the one hand, as you've already seen, every hit is a gigantic hit to your health. And enemies have a decent amount of health. On the other hand, the actual difficulty settings do adjust both aggressiveness and AI. In fact, this game will actually be probably the first game to get a positive, just one, for difficulty design because of the fact that it actually changes AI patterns and boss attacks and stuff like that. Oh, and if you're wondering how I ever beat this game on super hard and all that fun stuff, time. Oops. Come on, Lord. Yeah, before I used to record videos of me rambling about topics nobody cared about in the middle of the night while I had nothing to do at my job, I played Devil May Cry 3 and God of War 2, actually. And I just played them over and over and over and over because I literally had nothing else to do. So the way I managed to smash through this game on hardest, or I guess second hardest, excuse me, is because I just kept at it forever. By the way, I'm pretty sure one more death and we'll lock easy, which I'm going to go ahead and just think I'm just going to toggle. That's okay with everybody. And if it's not, well, then it sucks to be you. More like boredom act, but yeah, kinda. I mean, you gotta understand, this is literally the second encounter of the entire game. Like, put that into some context here. Ironically, the first time I played this, I can tell you the exact fight I turned it down to easy on. It wasn't this one, I got further than this. But again, late night, bored. Still skippable cutscenes, that's always nice. Can I have it? There you go. Yeah. Timing on that. Damn it! Nope. Easy mode is now selectable. Which I don't know. I don't know how to do. Yeah, Ah! What the hell is easy? Oh, no, I don't want easy automatic. No. That's just gonna screw with me. Substantially less health on the enemies, if you're paying attention. In fact, I believe that's, fifth? Yeah. A fifth or less the health they had previously. Yeah, no kidding. I really was not a fan of auto easy. I get why it's there, that's cool, but forcing it on me, not great. Like, it's just taking control away from me at that point. Oh yeah, did I mention I have a bit of camera control this time around? Abs! Negative for abs! Okay, so let's try this again. So yeah, this game is probably a little intimidating because its difficulty is... Okay, I'm gonna be honest about this. I do actually think the difficulties in this game are a bit overtuned, which is a damn shame, because some of them are really unique and interesting. So, one of my personal favorites is, everything has 1 HP, including you. I forget which one that is. It's either Heaven and Hell or Hell and Hell, I forget which one, but... Heaven or Hell. Heaven or Hell mode is kind of awesome. It's essentially playing Oko mode, but in all directions. It completely changes the dynamic of the game, because now you want to focus entirely on never getting hit from anything, but also you have a new dynamic in how you can take out enemies, but any enemies that have something that can block an attack, like that bomb guy over there, suddenly become one of your greatest enemies. It's really cool and really fun, and I wish it was unlocked from the beginning. Hell in Hell makes it so that you have 1 HP and they do not, if I am remembering correctly. Damn it! I got 3 that time. Oh yeah, parrying is a thing in this game, if it wasn't obvious what the twang, twang thing was. Yeah, that. Booyaka. I actually got it. Finally! It had like 2 HP left and I actually got it. So yeah, we're in a desert city, if it's not obvious. See? Good thing nobody lives in the city.
It's been nearly a year since we last met. Where does the time go? No doubt you've got some fun planned for me. Right, Virgil?
Hello, worst level in the game. Spooks.
Arkham.
Well, doesn't it excite you? The Timon-Negru has revived. The Great One, who once ruled this earth as the medium between the human world and the demon world.
God, I hate Arkham.
Isn't it a magnificent view? The greatest minds of their time, those who revered evil, constructed this glorious edifice. Now, after 2 millenniums of confinement, it can at last fulfill the purpose for which it was intended.
That's none of my concern. Did he have it?
Of course, he's taking good care of it. After all, it is the only memento left from the mother you both lost.
But he has no idea of its true power.
And that's Virgil in a nutshell.
I found it.
So that's 4 of our characters so far. Wait. Yeah, I'm right. Oh yeah, and just because several people have already asked, yes, you can see the number for the mission in each cutscene for each mission. Which is yet another thing that is different from the previous games. If you're playing 1 or 2, you may or may not have noticed that there's nice, big, huge gaps in between cutscenes in those games, where you'll go through multiple missions with not a single speck of story. 3 started the trend of having at least 1 cutscene per mission, often more than 1. Because again, 3 started actually having a story. Ah. So hang on, I gotta catch up a little bit here. Give me a moment. Oh, the bot's not even up. Sorry, that's my bad. There. I mean, they look dorky and dumb, Act. I don't know what you want from me. They look terrible, awful, and stupid. I would rather be caught dead than wearing one of those outfits. If I saw someone wearing those outfits, I would make a law across the entire universe that a random alien who visited Earth for the first time could go shoot them in the face for no reason, just because they're wearing that outfit. No, you don't want me to go into Fashion Runner for just a moment, do you? Team Plasma, Gen 5, Jathan. Gen 5 1, more clearly. Plasma actually has a different outfit in Gen 5 2. In black and white too. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Blue Alex, I will probably do that. I'll just wait until you leave. Jesus, Alex. I mean, I could point out the obvious. Dante is red and Virgil is blue. But the real difference in the style between the two, I'll do this briefly, just for you, Blue Alex. The real difference in style between the two is that Dante doesn't actually give a crap about what he looks like. He's wearing some boots, some pants, a coat. He doesn't care. He's throwing on some clothes because it's clothes. Virgil has a coat which has filigree and inlay and style to it. He has a formal shirt underneath. There's actually a belt, boots. Everything is very, very much something that, yeah, he looks like a literal aristocrat. Simply by looking at the two immediately from just their fashion and nothing else, you can tell which one's personality is which at a glance. Now, ironically, that also kind of informs their character arcs in several ways. Virgil, the aristocrat, is the distant and cold one, but he's also the one who is least connected with his actual feelings and self. Whereas Dante, the rocker, is the punk in the more traditional sense of like the cyberpunk kind of a thing. Which I know I'm explaining badly, but whatever. Okay. Oh, you notice we're up to 5 enemy types already? Did you catch that? Yeah, those guys can absolutely destroy you. So I mentioned time. You know one of the benefits of doing a mission over and over and over when you're trying to do hard mode in this game? Memorization. Almost every enemy spawn in the game is static. By which I mean there's no random encounter, there's no variability to it. This enemy will always spawn at this point or under this trigger at this specific spot, right? So you can tell exactly what's going to be where and when. And yeah, the game leans very heavily into being designed around you. Memorizing, like for example, that, which I actually remember, I can't believe I remembered that. There's something over here too, but... so that's a no. So there's our goal. Sealed doors. Do a puzzle, or kill all enemies. Again, the tutorialization, I'm not going to ding the game for this, but this is not... this is not good tutorialization. It's just functional tutorialization. It literally pauses the game to be like, hey. Okay, cool. Like that. But yes, Ghost Rider, I have actually played all 5 Devil May Cry games before. Well, because naturally there are only 5 of them. Oh no, I agree, Rax. To put it very simply, to put this into score terms, this game will not be getting a negative that 1 and 2 both got. I call that info in game. Oh yeah, so check it out. It's a little bit, but we're beginning to have camera control. It's just the beginnings of it. Probably built around the idea of the brand new camera tech I talked about earlier. Wow, there's too much glitter here. Oh god, oh that's actually painful. Hang on, real quick. Alright, cool. Let's get away from this. Yeah, see, the reason I gave that negative for the anti-Lindblom effect here, other than the fact that this feels like a totally abandoned city, in fact, I'm going to stick with my own terminology, it feels like a play. There's some logical loopholes here. Dante shows up in this place and has a thing of pizza. And everything from his presentation style and the opening seems to indicate that Dante has just set himself up and is getting ready to start up his shop and all that fun stuff. And sometime while he's taking a shower, the whole city was wiped out? or never existed? Another new enemy type, by the way. These guys turbo suck on hard. That attack they did on me can, I believe, two-shot you on hard. That sounds horrifying, Alex. Oh my god. Hey! I actually managed it. I screwed it up immediately, but at least I managed it. I'm gonna clip that. Edible gold. I mean, gold is edible. You just eat it. Oh yeah, another little tidbit which will be more obvious later. Dante and Virgil are actually twins. They look exactly identical to each other. It's just Virgil goes out of his way to style his hair differently so he looks different. We've actually already seen the two look near identical during the opening cinematic, which is a flash forwards. There it is. And it was here somewhere. This is a timed kill, which we will not manage. But it's our first real secret mission in this playthrough, so... We'll also do stuff like that. Timed it wrong. I mean, that's not exactly uncommon for a character to be introduced and then immediately beloved. They actually spent a really long amount of time on Virgil. If anybody has any interest in the behind the scenes of this series, I highly recommend pulling up, finding the, I forget what it's called, but it's the Devil May Cry art book. It's the Devil May Cry art book. And they give little tiny tidbits about... Oh, yeah. Tiny little tidbits about all the little different things they did in order to design Lady, in order to design Virgil. Nico was in there, Morrison. We have to get a good combo there going. Yeah, Lady was originally, like, in her 40s, for example. And much older and venerated, and then they were like, no. I'm not making this up. They wanted Lady to appeal to the Japanese audience. So her age went down, and she's wearing a schoolgirl outfit. Now, I don't want to comment on the sexiness or lack thereof, because I actually rather like Lady as a character. I kind of wish they would do more with her, to be completely honest. As I mentioned yesterday, a game where Lady is just straight up playable, like, you know, like as in a main playable character, not an optional kind of a thing, would be awesome. But whatever. What am I doing? I am upgrading... Where are we at this? We'll talk about 4 when we get there. That's right, I'm saving for air hike. That's what I'm doing. So, first real boss. And I'm just going to give this away. This boss is the exact moment in which I turned the difficulty down. This boss on normal sucks. When I say sucks, what I mean is he will mulch your face off.
Leave now, mortal! The likes of you are forbidden in this land! You are powerless, are not worthy to set foot here!
Wow. I've never seen a talking mud before. You know, in a dog show, you definitely take first place.
You are a human make a mockery of me?
Easy, Fido. How about I take you out for a walk? Come on, puppy. Let's go.
You will regret this, you worm!
It's showtime. Come on.
Notice the music is actually timed with the cutscenes to make sure that it starts up the moment the cutscene ends. Love the timing and coordination on that. Notice his attacks actually get more aggressive, and the timing of them changes as we get further into the fight. Whoop. Whoops. Hang on. Two down. There's the heads can rotate, by the way.
Who knows? I'm not even sure myself.
Regardless, you have proved your strength. I acknowledge your ability. Take my soul and go forth. You have my blessing.
And so establishing another trend of the franchise. Demon souls can be literally crafted into weapons. This is actually my favorite weapon in this game. On sheer cool factor. No pun intended.
Too easy.
I mean, I kind of like all the guns in this game, but by guns, I mean weapons. Okay, so that's... There we go. There's a lot of combos with this thing, and I don't remember all of them. All of what I just did, with the exception of a couple of screw-ups, was a separate input, which goes back to what I was talking about earlier. You decide how this goes. You can just mash. But there's a lot of ways to change up the attack style based on the tempo and the input. I love it. However, let's go ahead and jot down a couple things here. Yeah, we're not even in Swordmaster right now. I don't remember it, Act. It's been an extraordinarily long time since I've started that game from scratch, so I have no idea. It exists. Also, you already asked that. Oh, when I say I hate Arkham, I don't mean like he's a bad character. He's a great character. I hate his guts because he is, I would say, tied for the most disgustingly, and I'm going to stress that word for just a second, disgustingly evil character in this series. Just, yeah, he is just the worst, you know? I don't want to give away too much now, but oh. The other one who is in the running for that is the Pope. I actually don't even remember his name in 4. Which we'll debate when we get there if he's actually a good example of a hate character or a bad example, because... Yeah, anyways. Yeah, like, we'll debate that when we get to 4, because there is at least one villainous character who is absolutely getting a positive in 4, and you know who it is.
Are you going to the party? What's the hurry? Didn't you get an invitation? This just keeps getting better and better.
I keep wanting to remake the joke, and let that be our tone setter. Disc-da. I'll just say that to save you a minute.
Looks like we have an uninvited guest.
Is that so?
A human. A woman.
I'm afraid I should ask the uninvited one to leave. If that is what you want. Actually, I happen to be acquainted with that woman. A storm is approaching.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. One of the character variants between Virgil and Dante. Virgil's just kind of loose, right? There's a whole lot of motion and energy to how he talks. He doesn't just sit there and chat at you. He's constantly just kind of moving around, and there's just this sort of looseness to how he operates. Virgil, by total contrast, is a stiff board. Very minimal, very efficient movement. He hardly ever actually adjusts his pose or stance unless he needs to. It's all very tightly controlled. Do I have enough now? I should have enough now. Hey, that's another thing. Virgil uses Yamato, which we'll talk about the lore of later. Dante uses whatever the hell he wants to. Oh, that's right. Well, I will probably want air hike at some point, so let's go just grab that. And yeah, there's actually lore to both Rebellion and Yamato, but we'll get there later. Good morning, Ross. Oh, yeah. There's actually a map in this game. Check it out. For the first time, I will probably not give this a negative, but because it's reached the heady heights of actually being something approaching a map. We can actually see doors in our position in it, for example. Still not great, not gonna lie to you, but it is at least a map. Yeah, we've reached minimal function now. It took 3 games! I mean, Soten's map is at least functional, although we'll see what I think of that when we get there. I will admit I prefer Super Metroid's map, but that's actually not for the map itself, more for what they use the map for. We are still PS2. This is the last PS2 one. DMC4 would be PS3, and I forget what DMC5 came out on. I'm probably not making it very obvious. There's a degree of animation canceling going on here, which just once again goes back into giving you tremendous control over specifically what you can do and where. You know me, I love animation canceling when it comes to a high-intensity combat game like this, so I'm all in favor of that. This is probably going to be our first DMC game that starts to get positives for both control and combat across the board. Yeah, all the DMs 1 through 5, we're playing all of them on PC. So. Correct. This is the game that started turbo mode. I thought about turning it on, but I'm not that crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Turbo mode literally just speeds everything up. So, your attacks are faster, enemy attacks are faster, everything is faster. It's playing on fast forward. No. The version I played for the previous stream was PC. In fact, I still have my save. I checked when I was doing some tech tests a couple of days ago. That's why I didn't remember if it was PS4, because I've never bought it on a PS4. I've owned 1 and 3 on the PS2. But I never owned 4, and I never owned 5 off the console, obviously. So, yeah, sorry. You can do this. As you can see, you can switch at any time, but it doesn't actually perform the switch until you've finished whatever your current input is. Blast off! Whoops. There's a better way to explain it. I had to finish the whole Wong 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 Kong before the sword actually switched, even though I switched like a solid second earlier. Controller. I could not play this on a keyboard. I would not be capable. Weapon switching is awesome! Sorry. Let's just jot down more positives. We gotta get all the positives here. Oh, good God, Command and Conquer 2. I don't think I can do that. Hmm. Hmm. What I'm debating... So the reason I'm not doing that immediately below Felix is I want to feel each weapon as we go. But I have a feeling most of the weapons will get positive. If you mean, like, the fact that most most styles of play are feasible, that would actually probably sit under build. So I'll jot down a question mark there. See how that means. No, not at all, Lunarith. After all, I have already given negatives. Unhesitatingly. Speaking of which, let's update the HUD. I'm just going to update the HUD with negatives. That way when people pop in, they'll be like, oh my god, he hates the game. What's wrong with him? Oh, cool. Check it out. I could promote my channel by just getting massive amounts of bots on my channel. Isn't that fantastic? Be gone. That's a good question, Ghost Rider. Ask me again after I've reviewed them all. So I'm not actually... Yeah, we don't get bots around here. That person, that bot was determined. They had to actually follow, because we have follow-only mod on, specifically to get rid of bots, and then wait 10 minutes, and then spam me with the bot message. That's impressive. That's some commitment. So you'll notice I haven't given any gameplay positives yet. There's actually a very specific reason. It's because I have to kill Dante! It's because I don't know how many positive each point will get. So I don't work that way, Ghost Rider. I mean, I could give you a super vague, oh, such and such is my favorite, but that's a super vague answer, and honestly, in my experience, usually doesn't conform to reality. If you go through with a full analysis mode and actually review the game, excuse me, if I go through it with analysis mode and then review the game, then what I have is a much more cohesive opinion about the game in question. As Rax says, also true. So, I absolutely anticipate Devil May Cry 5 will win this particular contest. And it'll probably be a contest between 3 and 5. Which is funny, because as I'll talk about when we get to 5, 5 is essentially just a remake of 3. And when I say just, I mean... I don't know. I don't mean just. There's no just there. Having said that, story-wise, I imagine 3 is going to stomp the rest. Like, I like DMC5 and it's got some good presentation, but the story of 3 is just legit. That's an interesting point. I haven't given... I'm gonna think about that. I can't believe I even timed that right. I even did that on purpose. Holy crap. I think all the cool stuff I'm going to do this particular playthrough is all going to be accidental, but I think I'm okay with that. And I agree. 3 is an extremely character-focused piece. Which is, I mean, character is what I tend to live and breathe. There's 2 types of story that I really dig more than anything else. Character and world building. And this is all about character. Like, I complained earlier that there's only 5 characters in the game. Asterisk, but there's a laser focus on all of them. So... Oh, right. Sorry, Lynn. Sorry. I am showing off the spontaneous gameplay that denotes dynamically as the game is being celebrated with proper pathos and brigandlius. And money, Dark Day. It's okay. As I've said many times, DMC2 sold well. I know that sounds bonkers, but if I ever needed to prove that the quality of a game barely matters for how much the executives decide to greenlight a sequel, there you go. What? That whip. Oh, whatever. Still no falling damage. I can also air hike. I just realized I picked that up. And it's easier to actually use air hike on the fly now since I can just switch to it. There's a game I think is good but I suck at. Devil May Cry 3. Oh, FF8 sold bonkers well because of FF7. And FF9 did not sell particularly well because of FF8. That, but whatever. Yep, these are all the people who helped build this place. One way or the other. Lovely place, really. I don't know about you, but when I think about, you know, giant towers and castles that are literally chaos personified to create evil, I think giant centipedes just moving in and out of it. So the idea here is you have to knock out his armor to expose his flesh, and then you hit his flesh, and he also goes away and comes away, and... well... yeah. Switch here. Else likes to do that. Yeah, this boss... I love this game to death, but this boss is a lot better the second time we fight it. Isn't saying much, but it's still true. Yeah, and guess what happened to FF12, Ross? I mean, I did give Cerberus a negative, which I stand behind. Like, I like this game, and Cerberus is actually a good fight. It also got a positive. But its placement is terrible, and it's overtuned to hell. There's actually a term for it. It's called a wake-up boss. But you really don't want your first boss in the entire game to be a wake-up boss. At least I don't think you should do that. Let's clarify that a little bit. Yeah, setting where the bugs are the good guys. Hollow Knight does qualify, although there's some interesting lore about that. Yeah, and on some difficulties, and this is not a joke, Cerberus is arguably one of the hardest bosses in the entire game. Yeah, I agree with that, Rex. So if you've been paying attention, I keep referencing 5 characters, but we've only seen 4.
Violence, devil boy. Oh, wait. Better listen to what I say, lad.
There's number 5.
This tower here is very sturdy. You see? Your tricks will do no good. No good!
Zip it, or I'll pierce that big nose.
That could be a problem. Just hear me out. You've got nothing to lose, right? My name is Jester, and I know a thing or two about this place. That thing there is a power generator for this entire sector. In order to open the door, you need to apply a little something to it first. Do you know what that is, kid? Or is that too difficult for you?
Get to the point, or do you want to keep on dancing?
Actually, I prefer a sword to be my partner. May I have this dance, my lady? Bingo! That is what the something is. Remember that, kid. Write it down on your hand if you don't trust your head.
I see. Thanks. You still piss me off, though.
Jester, who was originally called Joker, by the way, is assuredly going to get at least a positive for the actor and for the motion capture, because he is very well presented, regardless of my personal opinions on the character. Like, the guy doing him just really threw himself into the role. And it's probably the only thing that actually salvages him for me. Thank you, Zacta. I will split that up between Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 and Resident Evil 5. Oh, I agree with you, Bluff Alex, but I guess I disagree with the that's not saying much point in case. I probably will give each character a positive for their performance, regardless of the characters themselves. What do we got on orbs? That's not orbs. Although it looks like we are almost at Trickster level 2. I'm gonna go and switch down to Swordmaster. I meant to do that earlier, I just kind of spaced when we reset difficulties. Go and grab that. Leave the guns alone this game. Guns are barely worth it in this game. If anybody playing this game for real, I would recommend just kind of leaving the guns alone. Even the way he walks is just, ugh, whatever.
Thanks for destroying the lock for me, devil boy! And welcome to hell! Please accept my gift. Don't be humble. Just take it. After all, we're buddies, aren't we?
I hate these enemies with a fiery passion. In fact, I would say these are my least favorite enemies in the entire game. The blood bats.
Well, isn't that special? To be honest, I was expecting something a little better than this.
And yeah, mission 5. The game makes it pretty obvious. Hope you get used to a rebellion, or get your fill of rebellion, because I'm going to unequip it pretty much right after this mission. Forever, I think. It's just going to be replaced by better guns. What do you want from me? And by guns, of course, I mean weapons. So... there's the gimmick. Now, what's funny is I saw an interview, I forget who it was from, who said they didn't understand why people didn't figure out how to do this. Oh yeah, they split because they're slimes. The idea, according to the interview, was that you were filling them with lead, which is solidifying them. Now, I'm a moron, so I would never have picked up on that. And I know what you're thinking. Didn't you just say guns aren't worth it? Upgrading guns aren't worth it. This is a gimmick. A little different.
Welcome to hell!
Reused lines because this was actually, I forget the specifics, but this wasn't a fight in the version of the game I played originally. I forget which exact version of the game they added this fight. Like the confetti popping out of him every time I hit him.
My name... Oh, you can expect this. My name...
Good morning, Juju's. So I was trying to remember something. There's a weird thing with time in this tower. I don't think they ever actually properly explained that. It might have just been a thing they were going for. You know, big thematic thing. What? God damn it. Keep getting emails. Yeah, I need to be there. Dang. This is merely an ornament. Oh, cool. Suppose I can accept that. Yep. Hold up.
Come on, wimp.
Oh, I am actually going the right way. Holy crap. Did I just... Okay. Here we go. A lot of percussive maintenance in this game. You'll notice the level design is trying a little bit to be more, I guess, interconnected is the way I want to call that, between the missions, even though we still have the mission structure. Gosh darn it.
Come on, wimp.
Yeah, those are Tom, by the way. Meant to show that off earlier. All right. Exactly, Trithon. We're just climbing the tower to go fight Virgil. And there is no other story here whatsoever. I mean, there's this Arkham guy, and I don't know what's going on with Jester, and then there's this lady. I don't know what her deal is, but we're just going to fight her brother. That's our motivation right now. Yeah, there was a party. And we've been invited. Yeah, so what floor am I wanting here? What floor it's on? I have the wrong weapon equipped. Oh, I had the right weapon equipped. What the hell? Give me my jump, game. There we go. Maybe? I mean, of course there's a full moon. What else would there be? Zero, Noctis. I did have to use a potion. Yeah, like I said, I got to... Oh, Jesus Christ, game. I got to Cerberus the first time I ever played this game and went down to easy mode. Did not feel bad about that. Like, I've already been up there, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't have that great of a mental map of this place. It's not the green door. Could be the yellow door. Fun fact, these doors originally, here it is, were originally not color-coded. They added the colors to help players navigate this place because a lot of the feedback was like, ah! Come on. I give up. Moving on. Defeat enemies while taking no damage. Well, we're gonna fail that one. Naturally, we're fighting these things. I didn't promise nothing. Atmosphere? I'm not sure I like the atmosphere of any DMC game. 3 is creepy as hell. 4 is weird and, I don't know, awkward. 5 is kind of messed up. 2 is absent. And 1 is Resident Evil. So I guess 2 by default. Okay, that's doubly funny. Because what I did is I took my hand off the controller for a second to jot down a hotkey for the highlight reel. Very well. I will give 2 1+ to story for not being creepy. But it is kind of gross. Shoot. I don't know. 2 probably has the least gross of the 5. Weirdly enough. Like, 3 has Leviathan. 1 has Hell. 4 has Inside the Statue. 5 has the Cliff Off. What does 2 have? Oh. Let's go have a chat with our bro, shall we? Whoops. Honestly, I think I'm actually going to switch back to Trickster for this. Oh, right. This actually is this fight. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Forgot where we were.
Look, brother, it's been ages, but we finally have company. I see that. We must entertain our guest. You're right. We have to be gracious hosts. What should we do? How do I know? We need to come up with something. Brother, our guest is sighing. Sigh? What is sigh? Well, a sigh is when...
Enough already! How long are you two gonna keep carrying on like this? In case you didn't get the hint, I'll spell it out. You're a guest. Wants to go through. Got it?
Our job here is to guard this pool. That's right. We can't let you pass. Wait! Yes, wait! We have been waiting for a long time! Yes, a very long time. For someone stronger than us. Someone who can control us. My name is Agni. And my name is Rudra. You shall take us with you. We could be a great help to you.
Okay, but on one condition.
What is it? Name it!
No talking.
Fair enough. As you wish. Impressive.
No talking. Good.
You can only equip 2 weapons at a time, and that sucks. Hey! We can do this now. Alright, so... Here... No, don't... I guess I can't swap right now. We'll swap later. So anyways... One of the things I like is that that fight is actually wind and fire instead of ice and fire. Which is kind of cool. You did... So you probably noticed I was deliberately trying to get both of them down before I killed one. I don't actually know if it's possible to kill both of them before they enter their phase 2. I came kind of close. But that was very deliberate on my behalf because muscle memory. I didn't even remember they had the phase 2, to be completely honest with you. Hold on, what? No. Rudra, that's it. A couple dozen Warp Core. I used to play this game over and over and over so I could actually get through the hard difficulty. I think I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream. I don't think I've seen a elemental vuln yet. I will try to show it off the first time I see it. Because I don't remember what any of them are. I might have seen it already and not even noticed it. Zabs. Wait. Hamura? A really minor touch. Obviously, she's got the schoolgirl look, but her skirt is actually just ammo things. She's actually wearing shorts. It's just, she's got so much ammo, it looks like she's wearing a skirt. There we go. Much better. Damn it, Rex. No, of course, air hack is 20,000. It's okay, I wouldn't blame you for not staring very closely at her skirt, Wolf Alex. I'll be honest, I didn't know that until the art book that I mentioned a couple of times. Now, Kay would have noticed immediately, of course. Passing one trial still shows lacking. Passing 2 trials expands horizons. Passing all trials unlocks one's true potential. Hold up, so we got wisdom, technique, and warrior. Whoop, it went through the thing. Not really, Trihexia. It would be more accurate to look at that in the inverse direction. Trihexia says, how active are demons on Earth that Demon Hunter's a legitimate job? It's more like there's so few demons on Earth that Demon Hunter is a job that can keep up with them. It's obviously not 1, 2, 3, which was my first thought. Unless we have to go back through 1, maybe? Nope, that just goes back through here. Oh, damn, maybe I got the order wrong. Well, it wasn't 2, let's try 3. Yep. Me. Okay. Whoops, on me for not paying attention. Swordmaster. Oh, I'd love to be like, oh, I was totally Royal Guard, but I'm not a good liar. I got the thing. How to properly use Royal Guard. Spent way too much time practicing this game. Man, I said it earlier, 3 is definitely going to be the best one story-wise. Almost guaranteed. Most of 5 story scores will probably be on the presentation, not the content, whereas 3 will have both. Yeah, I have bad memories of this room. Really bad memories of this room. Yeah, ironically, the character I liked playing as the least in DMC5 was Nero. You don't understand why that's ironic. He's pretty much the best character. And there's a reason he's the main for most speedrunners of that game. Favorite music from DMC? That's a good question. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I was reading a thing about the making of 5 and why they decided to replace Kyrie with Nico. Which, for the record, I think was the right call, but at the same time, Kyrie could have been Nico with no real changes, and it might have actually worked better. I don't know. We'll talk about that when we get there. So I'm probably going to regret this, but we're going to go ahead and switch down to Royal Guard here. So this is the key thing of Royal Guard, right here. Block, 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 block. It might be more accurate to call it parry, because there's a timing element, but you get the idea. Because why wouldn't it be a laser? Now we have a new gun, which we'll never use. I just realized I haven't properly showed off Agni and Rudra yet, too.
Well, well. You've grown stronger.
Go to hell.
You point a gun at me? Your own kin? Your dear papa?
The only family I ever had was my mother. And she's dead!
You break my heart. After all, it was I who gave you your name. My darling daughter.
Well, she's dead. This dabs! This was mentioned earlier, but Arkham is kind of the exposition bot of this game. They manage it because, you know, voice actor and presentation and all that. But it is funny because if you pay attention, almost all the actual exposition comes from him, for everybody. This amuses me. Should have probably broken her leg, but whatever.
Well, this is my kind of rain. No wonder the sky looks so funny today.
Let me go!
Let you go? But it would be a waste if you ended up as just a pretty stain.
And that should be the end of her arms, too.
What the hell was that for? Here I am trying to help you, and you show your thanks by shooting me? Whatever. Do as you please.
So he's a demon too.
I'm beginning to think I've got rotten luck with women.
Actually, I probably shouldn't do this fight. We'll try it. We'll try it with Royal Guard, just for fun. This is going to be interesting. Let's not fall. Although... also in a city that's devoid of people. While we're on the subject. You know, I just realized my commentary has been a lot less than usual for this game. I apologize. It's actually taking a decent amount of my concentration to keep up with the game. Mea culpa. So there's several chess pieces. That's all I'm going to say for right now. Is, oof. So, I'm going to go ahead and mention that there's a bit of visual storytelling here, in addition to just basic brickwork and the like. There's actually been several examples of this as we go through. You'll notice the tons of weapons and corpses at the feet of Agni and Rudra, for example. But my personal favorite example is right here. Rather than just entomb corpses here, they have specifically gone out of their way to bolt them to the ground, which implies all kinds of fun things. Yeah, these guys turbo suck to fight, by the way. They're not as bad as those damn bats, but I'd say they're my third least favorite enemy in the game. Second one we haven't seen yet. Also, I don't mean to give praise to something that kind of bothers me, but you notice how they've managed to make the wall look organic without actually making it look organic? They just add so much... I forget what that's called. The styling, you know? And the, like, the leaves and the little... whatever all that crap is. Yeah, it looks like a giant plant, which makes sense for several reasons. But it manages to add to the whole aesthetic of the place without just leaning on organic equals evil. So there's that brickwork. I should be jotting down some notes. Yeah, DMC5 would go pretty much right back to organic. It's okay, we'll get some organic in 3 as well. We're just not there yet. That's next level, I think? It's pretty soon. Isn't it right after the Virgil fight? Like, literally the next level? I could be misremembering. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's pretty soon. We've actually been making pretty good pace, which is why I keep chastising myself mentally for not jotting down positives as they're occurring to me. These are all in italics. Plus the gameplay. Not Devil May Cry 2. Yeah, that's true. 4 leaned in. 4 leans into the bug aesthetic, I noticed. And not just with What's-His-Face. It's common for a lot of them. Sorry, I'm running through a few things in my head. I think that's good for now. I'm almost positive that's deliberate, considering that in universe 4, the villains in 4 are a cult of Sparta, so it'd make perfect sense that the cult of Sparta has an insect motif. All these statues and their damn bells. It's weird. Like the 3rd or 4th one we've seen so far. Okay, what extremely obvious thing am I missing here? It's always something obvious, and it's always something extreme. There's no power to this stupid thing. So I can't activate the elevator. This is just the hell room. I already got the thing from that. I guess we'll backtrack? Yeah, we'll backtrack. Backtracking more than meets the eye. Okay. Hold up. Yeah, that gets rid of flame. That's what I thought. What do the reviews say for DMC2, Yura, to get the score that high? Hi. I'm just reviewing based on gut instinct and not actually having played the game. Or, I'm reviewing this game positively because I'm trying to be contrarian to how many people say it's a terrible game. Seriously, I bet you money at least some of those reviews are literally people who are just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. It's really common in reviews. And I definitely put that in quote-unquotes. Yeah, chess pieces. So, this is Agni and Rudra. It's kind of strange of a design compared to most of the other weapons. Because you look at it and think, oh, it's the fast attack thing, and it kind of is, but it reminds me most of Chrysogrim over in Soten, if you remember that. Agni and Rudra's main shtick is that they have coverage. So when it comes to weapon design in these kind of games, we talk about reach, and we talk about range, but we don't actually talk about coverage all that much because it usually doesn't come up. To explain a little bit, as you're paying attention here, this weapon has decent coverage, but mostly in one specific direction at a time, whereas this thing is always hitting all around us. It effectively turns the hurt box into our entire form. We're just hitting everything around us with these weapons. Doesn't do quite as much damage as some of the other weapons, but who cares, because we're hitting everything all the time. Make sense? Even the aerial attack kind of indicates that coverage thing I mentioned. Now, the cost is, of course, it doesn't have nearly as much reach or range, with one notable exception. This is the R forward, which you've actually seen me use several times because it's a closer. It actually will home in, too. You can obviously steer it, as I'm kind of demonstrating here, but it'll home in on something as well and just be like, "Hua!" And it does have a little bit of reach. And the other thing about this one, too, I've already shown this off with Cerberus quite a bit, because you can chain everything into everything else with Cerberus. Whoops, I hit the right buttons here. But even more than that, this weapon right here can chain everything into everything so smoothly. So we've talked about this in Mortal Kombat 11, but also in the God of War series. There's three relevant points to an attack. There's the wind-up, during which nothing's happening, the hit period, during which your attack can collide with the enemy, and the cooldown, during which you can't do anything as you're waiting for the attack to finish. These weapons have really short wind-up, really short cooldown, and huge middle section, so a huge portion of these attacks is capable of doing damage, and there's a very, 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 very tiny window, like literally 3 to 6 frames, in between attacks where you can immediately start the next attack. By contrast with this thing, certainly some of these attacks are long, but if I do, for example, that, it's a really long, by comparison, I guess it doesn't look near as long, but trust me, when you're getting down to frame timing, that is a much longer delay timing at the end of the animation, right? Sorry, I just try to do my due diligence and actually explain the weapon design in this game, because it's pretty good weapon design. For the most part. Ooh. Well, let me know how it goes, Shadow Machine, and congrats on the new PC. Yeah, frame advantage, which is when your frames are less than their frames, so you're going to be faster than them and override their attack. This weapon will almost always have frame advantage. Now, by contrast, this weapon right here is probably the least useful against bosses, because you need that extra focused power, and against anything that has an extended invuln period, or some other gimmick or mechanic to it. For that, you want something like this, or Rebellion, or some of the later weapons. Either way, good weapon design. Wait, hold up. I'm not done down here, am I? Am I done down here? God, I don't even remember. I think I'm done down here. Let's double check. You notice I haven't really talked about the guns yet. That's because they're not really... Okay, I got the gem fragment. Should I do... Is it around here? Or am I thinking of the other one? God, even their libraries are terrible. Yes, we'll probably be using Agni and Rudra, excuse me, quite a bit in the Leviathan stage. Which I plan to talk about once we get there, but yeah, we'll get to that. Jesus, way the wrong direction there, Laura. Which floor is which here? I know they're color-coded. Okay, so this is way up top. So we actually can't go here yet. I think. Oh, no. Is this where the elevator is? God dang it. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, so, middle door. I do like how the music kind of ramps up when you're approaching combat, and then actually gets going when you're in combat. A little bit too far! We won't get true Yoshi drums until 5. Okay, so this is not where I want to be. So I do actually want to be up top. Gosh darn it. Can't do it, Dark Day. Can't do it. Alright. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Yes, start deck. Yeah, we don't actually have the stagger weapon yet. Oh, don't worry. I'll show it off when we get it. Okay, so now we have access to the whole tower. That's... You know, I'd say don't think about all the corpses in this tower, but... Yeah, I remember being stuck here for quite a while. I think I screwed up too much. Never mind. Possibly, Kay. So I suppose I should show this off at some point or another. This is Royal Guard. So you can block early like that. You notice I did take damage from that. If you block correctly, you take no damage at all. See? Now, there's more to it than that, but that's the core crux of Royal Guard. It's the parry build. Not to be confused with the Horcrux. Very different thing. Okay, so now... I don't remember where the elevator is. Oh yeah, we can afford air hike again. Let's grab a couple of these while we're at it. Oh, there it is. Jesus. I'm like, where is... I can't see it. Yeah, the camera is certainly better. But I might be convinced to give a negative for camera on this one as well. Because there's still some issues here and there. This thing. Damn it! I just like proving I could do it. I should stop. I'm sorry. Alright, Crazy Horse. You know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they do another release of this game someday, Aggressor. Although Capcom, who knows what Capcom's thinking? Other than, let's pour all our money into Monster Hunter, which is definitely what Capcom is thinking right now. It has for, like, 2 years at this point. But I've already complained about that. Camera. So, funny thing, Crazy Horse. Me and my friends are currently playing Grounded. In fact, at some point I need to either stream or like do a video showing off what we've been building. But we're currently like beelining for unlocking that. just so we can see how the mechanic works. Leave it be. Wish me luck. I love the build up to this.
You showed up.
You sure know how to throw a party. No food, no drinks, and the only babe just left.
My sincerest apology, brother. I was so eager to see you, I couldn't concentrate on preparations for the bash.
Whatever. At any rate, it's been a whole year since we last met. How about a kiss from your little brother? Or better yet, how about a kiss from this? So, this is what they call a heartwarming family reunion, eh?
You got that right. This may be fun.
Started that fight with very little health, so that doesn't surprise me that that went that way. Yeah, something that'll come up several times in the series is these two people, this is a little bit of a spoiler, these two people literally like cutting and hurting and stabbing each other, because it doesn't actually hurt them. It's literally sibling playfulness.
This may be fun. Why do you refuse to gain power? The power of our father, Sparta.
Father? I don't have a father. I just don't like you, that's all.
The twin thing is a lot more obvious here.
Foolishness, Dante. Foolishness. Might controls everything. And without strength, you cannot protect anything. Let alone yourself. Yes. Now the spell Sparta cast will be broken. I see a devil inside you has awakened as well.
Wait. We should leave. For the moment, we have all that we need.
So much of that speaks for itself. I almost feel silly trying to talk about it. The similarities in, like, it's really well done. What do you want from me? Did you notice that despite their massive differences in approach, style, and mentality, they actually fight almost identically when it gets down to it? Like when they both drop all presumption, wrong word, all airs, right? When they just drop the visage and pretense, there we go, that's what I'm looking for. They fight almost identically, and both lean towards the style, both lean towards the sword usage, sword approach. It's extraordinary to watch the de-evolution of their fighting style throughout it. There's also the fact that, as we already mentioned, Virgil wasn't actually trying to hurt or even, kill or even hurt his brother, as we've already mentioned. I could talk about how Arkham is clearly on top of everything here. Shows up the moment that they get what they actually need. And then once Dante unlocks his devil trigger for the first time, Arkham then at that point is like, no, we should go. We should go. We've got the... So, okay, Virgil's cool. Let's get that out of the way. But there's one thing I don't like about Virgil, and that's that he's kind of a one-note character. he is still coping. And so his method of coping from the loss of his mother and everything he's already gone through is to seek power. And that's kind of it. that's Virgil right there. You could argue that that's important in future games, but the point is that that's kind of all we've got for Virgil. But there is some characterization there, and we can see why he thinks that way, why he wants this way. Given what we know in the future, it would make a lot of sense to me if Virgil was specifically seeking power because of, shall we say, recent events. Meanwhile, Dante, yeah, has gone completely the opposite direction of this. It's also been argued, I personally agree with this, that Virgil specifically was pushing Dante in this scene in order to push him to actually try to be better, and of course to unlock his devil trigger, more power, yada yada. The choreography is fantastic. It's a rare game that can have someone slice up bits of bullets as they're flying at them, line them up on the ground, and then shoot them like a golf club back at the other person without that being silly. I mean, it's a little silly, but you get my point. It's all part of the shtick. Clear effort is being put into making this whole thing maintain the aesthetic of ridiculous, but not to the point of cartoony. It's something that, is, I would say, a hallmark of the series, which of course only really started with 3. And yeah, the whole scene is very serious and very character driven. The music emphasizes that, the rain emphasizes the voice acting. Taquita mentioned this during the previous cutscene, the idea that the two of them have probably been having the same conversation off and on over however many years. And they probably paused that conversation about a year ago. A year passes, and they just continue as if nothing has changed or happened, just getting right back into it. It's probably exactly why Dante, with nothing to go on other than, I have a message from your brother, immediately beelined for the tower, presuming his and for his brother. And of course, Virgil is setting up the trap because he's after the amulet, so we get a bit of a hint that there's something else going on. There's just so much going on in that cutscene. That, like it or not, is a triple positive cutscene. There's a theory going around for a while, until 5, I believe, that the two didn't age at all, since Sparta was 2 millennia old and never aged a day. Well, 2+ millennia. Oh, I should probably mention this. We obviously don't see Sparta yet. In fact, I don't think we actually see Sparta for quite a while. But Sparta's overall aristocratic look as the noble ruler of Fortuna is very similar to what Virgil's wearing there. So make of that what you will. Thank you, Dark Day. Always. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. I'm glad you're enjoying. Hello, Spartan. And I will put that towards dealer's choice. Thank you, Dark Day. So I wanted to type up some thoughts, because now I got to talk about the boss fight. So, ironically, that's a very simple boss fight, but as I've said so many times, simple is not bad. That boss fight was... So you've figured out your particular gimmick by now, right? If you're a trickster, you know how to dodge. If you're a royal, you know how to block, or parry, more accurately. And if you're doing either of the others, I hope you figured out how to do those, because Virgil... it's something that the series will become a hallmark from now on, arguably started in 1, but it officially is codified here. Fighting against the other person is almost always going to be the hardest, or at least most interesting fight in the game. Virgil will just counter, parry, and block and dodge all of your crap the entire time, and has absolutely no problem taking advantage of openings that you give him, something I showed off intentionally and otherwise several times during that fight. He also himself has huge openings and weaknesses, so the most common pattern for that fight, and which I only accomplished successfully a couple of times, was you attack him, he takes advantage of your attack and counterattacks, but his counterattack is actually where he's weak. You have to prompt him, resist or endure the counter, and then get back into him. And you might think, well, that just sounds easy. First of all, raise eyebrow. But second of all, if you're paying attention, most of his counterattacks have an added effect of knockdown. It knocks you down and kind of cancels all your animations and takes you another second to get up. Why is that relevant? Because if his counterattack connects at all, you've lost the opening. Again, very tightly, very well designed. It is ironically pretty beneficial to be full berserker on that fight if you can handle the counters. And simply baiting him will eventually convince him to start attacking you, which will also give you other openings. Obviously, I didn't show that off, but whatever. So, back into it. So we finally unlocked Devil Trigger. Took a minute. I hope you enjoyed all that positivity, because we're going to what I consider to be the worst level in the game. Woohoo. Alright, that was awesome! And then, non sequitur. I don't even know what to add to that. Did I already export it? Did I buy Eric? I did, okay. I mean, you could say that's funny. That's okay. I'm not here to judge you, Kay. I remember the first time I ever saw it, I was just confused. Like, what? So, here's our guts level. Gotta have a guts level. It's required by law. You now have the devil trigger. You can use it. It's cool. There's a plane inside Leviathan. Yeah, so, this obviously gross. But you know what's really funny about this level? Actually, there is. Blow up, Alex. Hang on. Before I give that plus, I gotta show this off, because this was the bane of my existence. Right there. So, that's acid. It does a small amount of damage. If you played this game and didn't know any better, I wouldn't be surprised if you barely acknowledged that the acid was there. Because who cares, right? Then you may or may not have played this game on the mode where you have 1 health. Instant death. As I mentioned earlier, I really like that mode. It completely changes how you play the game because every enemy is suddenly needs to be approached differently. Because if you get hit by anything, you're dead. I put down that playthrough of this game for a couple of days when I got to this level because I was like, and then just instantly died and was actually confused for just a second because I was like, there wasn't any enemies. What happened? Reload. All right, go back. Oh, and then I remember what's in this level, and there was just this long. Oh. Because when we say OKO, which stands for one hit kill, we frickin' mean it. But yes, I do think sheer cool factor deserves positives. Also, Japanese mythology, giant flying whale. Talked about this during the Zelda lore run. We're walking. Oh, this one. God, I failed on this one so many times. This is easy, right? Just ride the elevator. That's that mission. In a nutshell. Oh, you suck, Rax. Yeah, so, anyways. I'm sorry, I didn't bother. I just wanted to show that one off because I have really bad memories of that one. And death. I'm pretty sure I have finished all the secret missions, but By the time I really started, playing this game over and over and over and over, the necessary amount of times to do all that, walkthroughs were already a thing. I mean, it was a grind, I'm not gonna lie to you. That was a thing. School bus. Leviathan needs to, like, chew a little bit more, that's all I'm saying. So, a little bit of a visual nausea warning. This is pretty mild, but I just wanted to get it out there, just in case anybody's watching and has any kind of, the platforms are moving around on us kind of nausea things. There's another death. We should keep track all the times I would die from the acid. We're up to like 7. Oh yeah, also there's going to be some gore, because of course there is. This is the guts level. If I have to say that, I got nothing. Yeah, why chew when you get something else to chew for you? What is the System Shock 2? There's a reference nobody's gonna get. Listen, Crazy Nurse. Alright, Crazy Nurse is dead. Let's delete his comments, burn his books. Make sure nothing survives of anything he ever said ever. A little bit, Rex. Just a little, though. It's not working. Now, the real reason I'm not is because most of those positives aren't codified yet. As Lunaruth pointed out earlier, there's something that I've come to notice in my reviews. I call it the honeymoon period. And I try very hard not to over positive, or for that matter, over negative, during the honeymoon period. So I like to chew on things a little bit more, like things like controls or mechanics or whatever. Because I beat Devil May Cry 2 yesterday, you know? What do you want from me? So. I mean, Agni and Rudra, so far every weapon we've had, even Rebellion, is getting at least one positive. Cerberus is my personal favorite, but Agni and Rudra are just the room clearers. Thank you, Ross. As always, if you know where you want to put that do, please let me know. The souls of those sent to hell for the sin of jealousy. They are the Leviathan's energy source. Well, that's gross. Owl House. That's a show, right? I think Zero's busy, because I haven't seen Zero a lot lately. Did I already? I did not. I know, right, Spartan? See, I'm secretly jealous of Rax and how he is substantially more successful at getting into the gaming industry than I am. So I'm apparently going to become Leviathan's energy source for forever. Me neither, Lunaruth, and I've only used it very briefly. Hi, Bamber. Everyone say thank you to Bamber for coming up with the idea for the Game of the Year awards thing, which will be happening right after we beat Devil May Cry 5. And by that, I mean we'll start nominating, and then we'll do voting, and then we'll do a stream. But you get the point. So yeah, the actual story positives are here right now. I mean, okay, this sounds like a dig at Rax, which I absolutely don't mean it as, but yeah, generally speaking, I would have to be a lot scummier of a person in order to make it big in the gaming industry. And last I checked, I am not a scummy person. Hang on. Yep, cool. If it makes you feel any better, I worked an office job for almost as long as this job. We have recently surpassed that, but still, it was a long thing. I mean, if you like long hours and high stress with low probability of success, I absolutely recommend it, Rax. Yep. You knew it was coming. Oh, it was super possible, and they super wouldn't have, Ross. I could do 99% of my old networking job at home. Now, every now and again, you do need to physically access the servers. I've actually talked about this a couple of times. Every now and again, you have to get the crash cart there. You have to actually physically access the hardware. But the other 99% of the time, I can handle all of that at home. I've actually heard that from several people, Blue Wolf Alex. Speaking of someone who enjoys streaming, I suppose I understand, but it's just interesting to me, since cathartic isn't the word I'd probably use. Let's just ignore this acid here. There's more deaths, more deaths. More deaths. More deaths. Let's just die all over the place here. Here we go. So, I know it doesn't really look like it, but this is actually an Andros boss. Now, whether it's a good Andros boss or not, question mark. But it's always amusing to me that an Andros boss is in a Devil May Cry game. Yes, we are inside Leviathan.
foundation that brought out fear. Fear.
You know what I hate most about Arkham? Other than him being a disgusting human being?
Yes.
He's a geek of evil.
Can't you feel it?
Think about it.
Rage and agonies of the people. Those who were confined here, with their desires for evil being unfulfilled. It was all because Sparta slammed the door to the demon world in their faces.
No, he's just a geek for something horrible in Aerith. It's like being a geek of torture.
Nothing.
You notice Virgil doesn't give a crap about any of this. I was gonna say, there's actually plenty of geeks of horror. That's probably a bad analogy. Dzz. No, he's just... So remember, the way I use geek, geek is just another word for enthusiast. He likes to enthuse about evil. I feel like that says all it needs to. When I say evil, I mean just... Ooh. Yeah, he's a simp for the dark side. Yeah, exactly, Krenzler. Gross. Sorry. About to be gross. Oh my god, Rex. It's okay, there's nobody in the city, Kay.
So this is the next stage.
Wait!
What?
If you're asking for a date, forget it. Because I make it a point not to go out with women who shoot me in the head.
Date a demon? I'm not that desperate. Besides, I really don't care for guys who stink like blood.
You're right.
Okay, I like that.
What's your name?
I don't have a name.
Okay. Then what should I call you?
I don't care. Whatever you want.
Whatever, lady. I'll leave this to you. Because I don't want to miss the party.
Who counted on you anyway?
Ironically, Lady and Dante actually have a really good dynamic to each other. It's one of the reasons I regret we haven't seen more of the two in the future. I keep holding out just a little bit of hope that someday they might actually do something with that. Okay. Where are we at with orbs? Oh, style while we're on it. Nowhere. I mean, that's to be expected. I know, right, Dakota? No kidding, Rax. Yeah, that's the back. That's the forward. Yep. I mean, considering how 5 ended, Rax, I think it would be a perfect time to dig into that. Just have the next DMC, have DMC 6 be Trish and Lady. Like, you know, spoilers, but wouldn't that make sense? Oh, and I guess Nero. I guess. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll grab one of these. Yep. Wait. I mean, I'm fine with turning Kyrie into a real character. Well, I have a saying for that, Crazy Norse. It's called "Sucks to be them." What's with all the spider webbing? I've decided to withdraw the question. I mean, I'm still playing Grounded with Arachnophobia mode on, so don't blame. Are you on the Discord, Crazy Norse? Random question. Oh, I'm fine. These don't bother me at all. It's fine. I was just gonna totally show off my base in Grounded on Discord later. I say mine. Our base on Discord later. Puzzles. Oh, I have no idea. What would I put that under? Do we have an Obsidian channel? I think we do. You don't have to, Crazy Norse. I was just asking randomly. Don't mind me. I do plan to show off some pictures of the base at some point, or just a video, because... Anyways. Okay, so can I not... alright. Don't remind me how many levels are in this game, by the way, please. Yeah, I kept hoping you'd poke in for co-op while we were doing it. 20. Okay, thank you. Not counting secret, obviously. Okay, so get rid of that one. There we go. Sorry, I wasn't sure what my goal was. It's nice actually having a thing right there that you can read. It's like, oh, this is what you need to do. Cool. so not to pick on the low-hanging fruit, but you notice how the itemization is already substantially better than in 2. It's like someone actually sat down and designed the itemization in this game. It's weird. No, I'm good with staying on Royal Guard. I like Royal Guard. I mean, I'll show off some other stuff later, of course, and at some point I will have to show off Gunslinger. Maybe even give it a negative, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you know me, Crazy Norse. I am a fascist for insisting that people do their jobs. So this room is interesting when you have 1 health on Heaven and Hell mode. Not like the same problems as the acid level, but yep. Hey, look, there's a purple flame. I wonder what that is. I mean, I mentioned yesterday that if DMC2 was not the train wreck it was, Itsuno would have never been attached to the project, and neither would the core devil team. Which means we would not only not have 3, but we wouldn't have 3 and 4 and 5 if not for the failure of 2. Now, who knows what we would have gotten instead, but the point is the games we have would not have existed. Also true, Rex. It's funny when you think about it. Yeah, we'll probably have a Kyrie counter. I don't actually remember how much it will be. Whoa, said. Yeah, look at the artificial angelic statue things that are all over the place in 4 that are filled with guts. And then look at Bayonetta and the design of the angels. And tell me there wasn't a parallel there. Yeah, I mentioned that when we were going through 1 as well. Also, Kami is a hack, while we're on the subject. I think I'm going to agree with Rax and his comment on Discord earlier today. I mean, I actually thought about the credits he's had and the works he's worked on. And especially his story credits. The man worked on the story of Devil May Cry 1, Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3. And I honestly feel like that says all it needs to, you know? Like, I will freely admit I enjoy the Bayonetta series, but the story of that franchise... Anyways. I thought we did, but I could be misremembering because there's 2 holes. Well, there was another hole in the wall we already went into. So this is where we went in initially, right there. When we first came in here. And this hole, yep, this leads to the sparkly room. So yeah, we went into both. Well, I missed a room somewhere. Yeah, we went in here initially. I mean, you can have your opinion. It's okay to Ghost Rider. There's nothing wrong with having differing opinions, but the story in Bayonetta is probably best described as increasingly nonsensical. Now, having said that, I will say that I think the story presentation in Bayonetta 2 specifically is actually really good. I like Bayonetta herself. I like how she's presented. I like what they do with her. The style, the actress, the animation, yada, yada, yada. But, the actual, like, let's focus in on, like, plot. And, like, themes. World building. And all I'm gonna say is Bayonetta 3 and leave that just there for anybody who's actually played that game. And that's the weird part. Like, DMC 1 has an excuse plot, aka a non-plot. Bayonettas don't have an excuse plot, they just have... Imagine if someone sat down and thought about all the things that are really hard to write properly, and said, I'm going to use all of those simultaneously. And that's the plot of the Bayonetta games. Whether they succeed or not is, of course, up to you. That's, it's not my call to make. Just, ooh. I will say I didn't care for Bayonetta 1 all that much. I imagine it won't actually review that well if we ever actually do a review of it. 2 I liked substantially better on pretty much every axis. Three... 3 has a multiverse. Yes, Crazy Norse. Think of a difference between DMC 1 and DMC 3, for example. Oh yeah, this is the room I was actually thinking about earlier when I mentioned it's easy to die in here to the one-hit kill thing. The wrong room. Either way, I do recommend you play Bayonetta 2, at least at one point, if you're even remotely interested in the genre. I can't quite recommend 1, and I definitely can't recommend 3. But yes, to answer Linear directly, the actress did a good job of her job. I mean, you know my opinion of exclusives. Although I thought 2 was actually ported out by now. No, Trahexia. It's probably being powered by all the dead people who used to live in the city before it was wiped out. I mean, honestly, at this point in my life, I don't have any real tolerance for exclusives in general. I know that arguments can be made, I don't care anymore. I stopped caring like 10 years ago. We're done with it. Stop doing exclusives. Whap! No, I haven't tried Bayonetta 3. I think I own it? I might not have bought it yet. I won't play it until I play it for the show, which, you know, may never happen. We'll see. Here we go. New weapon time. Oh, slight PG-13 warning.
Welcome, sir. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, it is. You'll be nice to me, won't you?
Of course I will. I'll treat you so nicely. You'll never want to leave.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Then, come on, sugar.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
All right. I'll help you. Your father was a handsome devil. But you're no slouch yourself.
So, new weapon. An electric guitar. Get it? Now, unfortunately, the weapon itself isn't, like, the greatest. At least not in my opinion. But I like the idea of wielding an electric guitar. Yeah, Lady is still ridiculous. And probably superhuman.
Welcome back.
Just a little bit less superhuman than most of the other heavy hitters in this setting. This.
Soon we will reach the lair of judgment. Tim and Negru will finally regain its full function and lead us into the demon world. The world where Sparta's power has been sealed. And the one who will lift the incantation is you, his own son. It must be fate.
No, they're just action movie stars, Octo.
Does that woman really bother you?
What are you talking about?
Why didn't you kill her? Perhaps because she's your daughter? Did some pesky fatherly love get in your way?
That's none of your...
To further your study of the black arts, you sacrificed your loving wife to become a devil as well. Knowing this, I thought you'd be more useful to me. But I was wrong. No wonder your attainment of power is incomplete.
What about you? You're an incomplete being as well. Both demon and human blood mingle in your veins.
Shut up. Now that the final door is open, I have no use for you.
No, I'll guarantee you why Virgil killed him here. In fact, I don't remember where this is explained upon, but this is made very obvious that both Arkham and Virgil always planned to betray the other, and Virgil just struck first. Like, that's really it. Virgil never trusted Arkham, and was like, well, this is a good time. Door's open. Stab. Hi, Zero. And yeah, the Yamato sheathing thing is going to be a regular thing. What am I doing? I am not upgrading the gun, because nobody would ever do that in their right mind. Right, going down here. Of course, I haven't played that game, Zactaf, so I couldn't speak to it. So as much as I hate to lose Agni and Rudra for the time being, I need to show off Nevan. Like, I have to show off Nevan. While we're here. It's okay, Zero. I understand that you hate me. It all makes sense. I'll stick with that for now. I'm gonna just... I mean, it's a good time as any. Let's switch over to Gunslinger. This is one of the most useful abilities Gunslinger gets right here. It's also a debatable usefulness, but, so, Nevan, right? Yeah. We'll get back to that more in a minute. And that's Nevan, in a nutshell. So, to describe this, I should take a note. To describe this in gameplay design terms, this is the artillery of the weapons you get access to. It takes a moment to prep. In fact, unlike every other weapon in the game, you actually have to draw it before you can actually start using it. And it's most useful when charged. Audio cues for when it's fully charged, of course. But you want to be nice and ready for this at a distance. Now, there is a way to deal with enemies in melee, which is that. There's a couple other things you can do, too. But you get the idea. Yeah, it also gives you flight mode for this particular combo, so we could actually get air raid on this. But, point being, it's probably the most niche of the weapons so far. Every weapon we've showed off so far absolutely has use kind of everywhere, with very, very few exceptions. This weapon, not so much, but that's okay. Niche weapons are good. Because niche weapons allow the player to just kind of vary up and do whatever the hell they want. Yeah, I should probably do that at some point. I haven't even shown off the shotgun yet. Spoilers. It's a shotgun. Now, okay, all joking aside, it is actually slower than the shotgun from 2. And by that alone, isn't quite as useful. Oh my god. Oh, I don't have air hike, that's why. Yeah, so, come on, game. Yeah, I sort of thought the mission would give it to me, since, that's kind of it's a secret mission, right? But no. Instead, we're just gonna stand around here, rock out for a minute. Perfect. Alright, back into it. I mean, we all know Devil May Cry 2 is the best game ever made, okay? Oh, yeah. This is the gunslinger shotgun attack. You'd think, oh, it's a sweeper, right? It's a room clearer. No, it actually kind of sucks. If this literally just actually hit in an actual semicircle around you, it would be much more useful. It doesn't. It's just several targeted shots around you, which may or may not hit something depending on where you're aiming at the time. I actually forget what the point of this is, but whatever. So here's the laser gun we got a bit ago. It is, of course, a charge beam. Doesn't appear to do anything unique with Gunslinger. So this is, it's like a crossbow tank turret? I don't know. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's that.
Fire! Fire!
So the ricochet shell is the Gunslinger.
Fire!
I can't even fight this thing in the air. Or fight with this thing in the air. Like, I literally can't shoot it in the air. And that's that. No, Baron, we're not. That's really weird, but whatever. Switch back to that in case we need it. What am I doing? I got the energy thing. What the hell do I need the energy thing for? God, it's been a minute. One over there. Wait, what's in here? God, I'm actually forgetting where I am. This is this area, so I don't need that. I already went over there. And that has that, which I've already been through. There's nothing at the end of this either. I'm not sure where to go. Yeah, that leads over there. I was right. No, I've got the energy thing. The Edge of Eternity, which is an energy power source thing. I suppose I could head back to there. Get back to the rotating bridge. I feel like that's where I need to go. So, okay. Casually walk our way through here. Yes, that's right. We're still introducing new enemy types. I hate these enemies, by the way. Yeah, just straight up invuln from head on. Yeah, ironically, I don't like large bodies in Kingdom Hearts either. figure. I was gonna say, I don't think that's a coincidence, Rex. Do I need to turn that into the drinking game? I don't actually own this on the Switch, believe it or not. Oh, I'm turned around. Where the hell am I? See you around, Kressler. Have a good one. Well, no, it's just funny. I think I need to go this way. Is there a moon underground? That would be funny, and then I'll be like, alright, so which version am I playing? The Switch? Or the PC? Both would be locked at 16:9, so that's not a clue. I don't know, I've heard mixed ideas and reports about the style change thing from the Switch version. But having not played it, I can't speak to it. Playing around. I mean, the real question, I think, is there going to be a DMC6 at this point? Because Capcom's decision-making over the last several years has been bizarro. And not very optimal, I think. Bizarro is the wrong word. Stupid. Stupid is the correct word. Get off. I mean, RE2R was pretty damn good, so we'll see what they do with RE4R. If it comes out. It'll probably come out. Maybe. Cool. Is there one of those bells? What's with all the bells in this place?
Well, that was quick.
That man. Did you kill him?
So what if I did? Woo! Ooh, I love a fast woman.
Shut up! He was obsessed with becoming the devil. So much he killed his own wife. For that, he butchered innocent people, too. He's the most vile kind of creature. That filthy scum is my father.
Well, we have something in common. I have a dysfunctional family too.
And what would you know about family? You're a demon. This is my father. My family. This was all supposed to end by my hand.
He looks so young here, it keeps weirding me out.
Aren't you gonna shoot? Well, that's a switch.
Just go.
I know, they're all young here.
I don't care anymore.
Family, huh?
Something to think about. I don't know, when did Mega Man 11 came out, Valvedrix? Come out. Did... We could probably do one more mission.
Where am I? It's dark, I can't see anything.
You're still alive, I see.
Mary? Is that you? What's happening? Where's your mother?
My mother? You killed her, remember?
Yes. That's right. I killed her. With my own hands. What horrible thing have I done? I was too weak. I succumbed to his influence.
You mean you were possessed? Father?
Yes, I was manipulated. Manipulated by a devil named Virgil.
Virgil?
He's attempting to bring the demon world back to this modern day. A world that Sparta once sealed off.
Sparta? I thought he was a myth.
If the demons return, this world will be thrown into chaos. Stop him. Stop Virgil.
Me?
You're such a sweet child. Just like your mother.
Father! Father! Virgil.
I would say Arkham is much more evil than Mundus. Trihexia. What I love about that scene is it's constructed and built up properly, such that we, the audience, 100% know he's lying through his teeth. Just absolutely lying through his teeth. We know it's a complete manipulation. And yet, he is doing it perfectly for the person who lacks the information we do, which is her. So, it's kind of a variant on the bomb under the table situation. We know the bomb's there, and she does not. Alright, now let's change out a gunslinger, because it sucks. Yeah, waited until Dante left. And just kind of did his Sorry, Nevan. You have been replaced. Let's grab that. Yeah, ironically, so he's... We'll talk about the demon thing in a minute, but there's gradients to the power in this game, which are sometimes properly explained, and most of the times not properly explained at all. Whoops. Whoa there, whoa there. Oh, now we're in the clock tower to keep the Castlevania thing going. Damn it, Dakota got there just before I said it. I will say that if either Virgil, Dante, or Lady decided to just permanently kill Arkham there, they would have. Because Arkham is part devil, but only part. Well, that's a good question, Mr. Red. Because after Mega Man X7 came, well, Mega Man X8, which was better, but also Mega Man 11, the best Mega Man game. And after DMC 2 came DMC 3. Having said all that, what do I think the corporate executives at Capcom learned from DMC 2 and Mega Man X7? Nothing. I liked Curse of Darkness, Rax. Although Curse of Darkness was literally just a poor man's Soten, so that's probably why. I'm actually curious how it would stand up to review. I mean, at least Lament of Innocence had a story. Curse of Darkness was... I mean, I don't even know where to start with Curse of Darkness's story. Lament of Innocence has, and I mean this with sincerity, one of the better stories, excuse me, one of the better plots of the Castlevania series, in my opinion. I unironically rather enjoy a lot of what they did with that. Put it to you this way, Lament of Innocence is set before Dracula's time. It is in fact the earliest game of the timeline. And I think it's a pretty good prequel overall. You're probably wondering, what are the other ones you like story-wise? The DS ones. Which are set, ironically, after Dracula's time. Yeah, I legitimately, without hesitation, recommend you skip Devil May Cry 1 and 2. As I discussed at the beginning, I know you weren't there for that, Mr. Red, this is the first Devil May Cry game. I need to come up with a better way to say that other than using the word codified, but you get what I mean. GMC2 is so ignored in future games that I will literally only bring it up twice again in this pseudo-lore run. Make of that what you will. Lucia is completely gone, and everything about depress Dante is completely gone. And 1... The events of 1 are referenced in 5, and are set up in 3, but otherwise don't really have any relevance to anything. Well, that's not a fair way to put that. I'm trying to think how to describe this, because it's kind of like Star Wars A New Hope. Let me explain what I mean by that a little bit. Something fiction does periodically is this bit where the first entry is the big entry, mostly because they didn't know what they were doing and weren't trying to set up a franchise, so they were only setting up the one story. So 1 was designed to be the one story, just like A New Hope was designed to be the one story, and there's other examples of this as well. As a consequence, some of the early entries in franchises tend to be the most impacting, technically, but also the least relevant. So, the big king of the demons, the great villain of the entire franchise, Mundus, is killed in 1. Now, his influence, his impact, has had a lot of influence on pretty much the entire franchise, but almost all of that is background, right? And yeah, biggest stakes, least detail. As I already mentioned, Mundus has never come back, and honestly, never should. He's defeated. We did it. He good. So a little take on an elevator section here. Okay, you're just playing with me now. I love that there's all this stuff beneath this Magitech Tower of Doom. God damn it, Fandaniel. Wow, this place is just called Torture Chamber. This is not suspicious at all.
Didn't your mother ever teach you how to use a door? Huh? Give me a break. Tell you what, next time I'll try and wear some cologne, okay?
It's the stench of betrayal. The odor of that accursed Sparta. I will annihilate every last blood relation of Sparta!
A son cleaning up his dad's mess, huh? Where have I heard this story before?
comes the blood of Sparta. Till my sight is gone, and remember your scent. I shall hunt you down through eternity if I must, till I rid this earth of your foul smell.
Why do I have to take the heat for my father? Come on, man. Cut me some slack.
Hey! So now we can block in midair, which I've tried to do several times now. Failed at. Yeah, sorry, I probably should be showing that off, too, while I'm showing off Royal Guard. So, Arkham's gone. Lore Shock. Ags. Oh, don't worry, this isn't Percy Jackson, Crazy Norse. Whoops, I don't actually mean to do that. Hang on. Come on, game. There we go. Him. And on that bombshell, I'll be back after the lunch break.